Our festival will start in a few minutes. Please find yourself a seat and make yourself comfortable. Before we commence today's program, we have a few important housekeeping notes to share with you. This is a full day activity, and we kindly request your full cooperation in ensuring its successful completion. Upon your arrival, please take a moment to register by entering your name at the registration desk. Our administrative assistant is willing to assist you. Additionally, we kindly ask that you switch your mobile phone to silent mode to minimize any potential interruption. We sincerely appreciate your understanding and cooperation in adhering to this guideline. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the day.
It's been a while since I wake up to tomorrow. I've never felt like I did belong. Then I see my place and then the sorrow was all gone, gone. Take my hand and we'll see the sunrise. Understand it in your eyes. Coming home to you, home is where I wanna be. I'm coming home to you, this is where you can be who you wanna be. It's been a while since I saw yesterday. I want to move forward to this wonderful place. Take my hand and we'll see the sunrise. Be my friend and look in your coming home to you, home is where I wanna be. I'm coming home to you, this is where you can be who you wanna be. I'm coming home to you, this is where I wanna be. I'm coming home to you, this is where you can be who you wanna be. I'm coming home to you. I'm coming home to you. Coming home to you.
At PWU, research is alive.
It's alive!
At PWU, research is alive.
Good morning, Patriots! To formally commence this program, may I ask everyone to please rise for the invocation to be followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Things bright and beautiful, all creatures great and small. All things wise and wonderful, the Lord God made them all. Each little flower that opens, each little bird that sings, He made their glowing colors, He made their tiny wings. All things bright and beautiful, creatures
Kayang magiliw, pero saan sinanganan? Alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, buyat ka ng magiting. Sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiin. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bukaw. May dilagang tulad, awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagtiligig. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidinig. Lupa ng araw ng walhati pagsinta mo'y langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
You may now take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the 2024 Philippine Women's University Research Festival with the theme Research as a Catalyst for a Sustainable Tomorrow. Here at the Conrado Benitez Hall, organized by the Research Development Office. Research Development Office is under the oversight of the Office of Chancellor and Senior Vice President for Academic Affairs. I am Assistant Rodful Bertalo from the School of Arts and Sciences, your Master of Ceremonies for this event. On behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our appreciation for the presence of each and everyone here today. On this wonderful day, we will have presenters from various schools within our academic community. We will have a keynote speech, plenary speeches, parallel session presentation, and one workshop, and a clustered paper presentation from the health sciences. These dedicated individuals will be sharing the yields of their hard work and sleepless nights, all of the knowledge creation and generation. The Research Festival is dedicated to offering researchers a platform to share important information and findings with the academic community. It also provides an opportunity for them to receive constructive feedback from the intelligence audiences, with the ultimate aim of making this world a better place for everyone. Now, to give us the opening remarks, allow me to call on stage the Chancellor and Senior Vice President for Academic Affairs, Full Professor Dr. Felina C. Young. Let us give her a warm round of applause.
Dr. Sornosa, our Director for Graduate Studies, Dr. Leonardo O. Monalim, the School of Arts and Sciences Cluster Dean, at the same time, our indefatigable Research Director, our keynote speaker, Dr. Jerome Montemayor, our dear administrators of the different programs, faculty, and graduate students, good morning. When I look at this particular conference today, I realized that the idea of offering a research festival was concocted between me and Dr. Monalim 3 years ago. And we thought that it is time for us to create a research empire for PWU. And while we are starting to look at the capability of our students and our faculty, we said, if there is anything that we should create for Philippine Women's University, it is the culture of doing research. Okay, and I'm just so happy that we have our students now very much involved in writing researches. It is really a pleasure for me to welcome you all today. The university is happy to witness such a diverse and distinguished group of researchers, scholars, and even some are practitioners who are gathered here today. Our PWU Research Festival is a celebration of our journey towards intellectual inquiry and pursuit of knowledge. This research conference is a testament to our collective commitment to advancing our discipline and making meaningful contributions to society. Your presence today underscores the importance of our work and shared passion that drives us together. The theme of this year is research as a catalyst for sustainability tomorrow. It highlights the pressing challenges and exciting opportunities that lie ahead of us, given the volatility of the environment, research has become a very important component of reality. And what is reality? It is something that continues to evolve. And it is for us to seek better, if not newer answers. Therefore, with research, we can come boldly with certain innovative ideas, though it's so hard to be innovative. In fact, when we see and we use the word innovative, sometimes I try to shy away from that because it seems like there is nothing new anymore. And all of the things that we are coming out is simply differentiations. Okay? And anyway, some would debate my idea of innovation, but I think even the cell phone was, was a differentiation thing because the invention of the telephone was actually with Alexander Graham Bell. And all of these are just differentiations where you add some features and so on. So when I hear researchers saying, this is innovative, I just look at, I just look at the person. Because are you inventing something? Is there something new that, you're coming out? And even when, when I start to write my book and I avoid the possibility of plagiarism, I always write in my book that I will not claim originality. Because whatever ideas I have, I might have learned from my teachers when I was taking my doctoral degree. And so, you speak of intellectual snobbery. And I would always say that there is such thing as intellectual humility. Okay, so this year's, when you speak of research as a catalyst that hastens significant changes, we're able to re-engineer progress. And I say product and service development, as well as processes that are simplified, rendered more efficient, and consequently cost-effective. And that is because of technology. So I think the bottom line of catalyzing research now is through technology. And whether we like it or not, it's something that we have to accept. And so if you look at the Industrial Revolution, and some people say, Dr. Yang, where are we now? We are in the 6th Industrial Revolution. So the first was the use of coal. The second was the use of automation. That's the second. You go to the 3rd Industrial Revolution, and that is where you go into computerization. And the 4th became very significant. And that is where we started to have our robotics, high development of information technology. But then we've become so technically and technologically oriented. And so what happens to the 5th Industrial Revolution? Actually, you start to think, where is now the humanity? Seems like we're just machines, And so we started to look into the human aspect. But unfortunately, it never, started to be known by everyone. And now we are on the 6th Industrial Revolution. And what is that? It is now artificial intelligence that belonged to the 4th Industrial Revolution. And now in the 6th Industrial Revolution, skipping the human aspect, we now see AI in everything that we're doing. So the 6th Industrial Revolution is AI in medicine, AI in logistics, AI in agriculture, AI in business, AI in education. So that is where we are now. Research technology has really catalyzed. It has started to re-engineer the things that we're doing. And so when I speak to people and I say, there is no choice for each one of us, whether you are a baby boomer or you belong to generation, Y, you just have to be abreast with technology. And so I was just talking last night to my sister who is taking her PhD in the United States. And she was asking me to answer a questionnaire. And she said, I had to learn technology. How did you do that? Did you, use YouTube to learn? No, I use AI. And when I cannot understand AI, I go to YouTube. So I was telling her, I do it the other way. I use YouTube, and then maybe I can go to AI. But so much have changed in the paradigm of research. And, you always say, I'd like to say that there is so much beauty in research. When you start to do research and you get the feel of it, then you say, it's fun. It's fun. Do it yourself for the first time. And once you start to feel fulfilled, then you say, after all, research is not hard. Now, that's why when I do the statistics of some of the students, and I see very beautiful results, I'm so happy, when I read the results. And I tell the students, do you know the implications of your results? They're so meaningful. And there is so much to gather from the results of your, from your results of your research. Anyway, lastly, I'd like to say, I'd like you to join the bandwagon of excited researchers. Let us be excited in doing and conducting research. Let us move forward. I'd like you to feel it, and continue doing research. And you will realize that it brings joy to us. Anyway, today is supposed to be an exciting program featuring our keynote speakers, our leading experts, insightful panel discussions, and interactions. Okay? And I'd like to encourage you to take full advantage. And, take full advantage, take this as an opportunity time to really learn from the speakers. Researches are so different, It gives you certain findings. And from there, it becomes, it fertilizes your mind. I don't know whether you agree with me, but that is how I look at research. And lastly, I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizing committee, Dr. Munalim. Thank you for all our research. Yeah. Don't you know that with Dr. Munalim, we have the research journal? And actually, because of our foreign students, we're coming out with Chinese researchers and Indonesian researchers. We have sat down with him, including Filipino, because the trend now is really international. You cannot be myopic in, when you do your research. And again, the trend now is really for collaborative research. And if you want to make a name for yourself, then do research. Actually, it's not at all that difficult. So, congratulations for our PWU Research Journal, our Bugkus, our Bidlisiw, our Sabangan, our Peer Perspective. We have so many venues for you to publish. And also, we are very proud that we got our approval from the Andrew Gonzalez that was spearheaded by De La Salle University, but actually funded by CHED. So we are conducting a lot of researches and trying to make a name for PWU. And hopefully get to have ourselves credited by or certified by Scopus or any of those ISI index journals. So therefore, a special thanks to everyone, to our dear administrators, being very supportive of, what each other. At PWU, we are a family. And whatever we do, we help each other. Okay, and that is what makes me feel good, as the Vice President of PWU. It seems like we are not turfish in mentality. We are moving forward. We help each other. And we want the best for our students, always. Our priority are our students. Whether you are local students or foreign students, PWU has gone a long way. We have great number of international students. And we try to serve the best. Times can be very challenging, but we know we're focused and we know the direction that we want to go. So again, thank you very much for everyone, our dear students, our graduate students, our faculty, our administrators. Magandang umaga. Salamat.
We value your profound insight, Dr. Yang. Embracing research in our organization enable us to adapt, innovate, and thrive amidst the global obstacles and global crises. Our ability to be adaptable and resilient during these challenging times will propel us toward a brighter and sustainable future. Without much ado, may I now invite Dr. Mark Harvey B. Adamson, Program Chair, School of Pharmacy, and Director of the Career Development and Continuing Education Center, to introduce our esteemed keynote speaker.
Our keynote for this year's 2024 PWU Research Festival is Dr. Jerome L. Montemayor. He finished a PhD in Environmental Studies from Miriam College as Father Miguel Varela Scholar. Dr. Montemayor is a seasoned development professional with more than 3 decades of engagement in social development work. He is the Executive Director of the Foundation for the Philippine Environment, the country's first grant-making organization for civil society environment initiatives. He previously served as the International NGO representative of the FPE Board of Trustees, Corporate Secretary of the FPE Board of Trustees, and Chair of the Knowledge Management Committee. He is a faculty member of the Department of Environment, School of Arts and Sciences and Education of Miriam College, part-time faculty at the Environment Department of Philippine Women's University, and Department of Biology of De La Salle University, Manila. He recently delivered an insightful plenary presentation at the International Conference on UN Sustainable Development Goals and Social Innovation hosted by the Mindanao State University Iligan Institute of Technology last September 18 to 19, 2024. Dr. Montemayor highlighted the Philippine Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan 2040 and emphasized its indispensable role in the promotion of environmental conservation and sustainable resource management. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Jerome L. Montemayor.
I'm excited. Sabi ni Dr. Yang kanina, no? She's looking for people who are excited about research. I'm excited about research, and I'm equally excited to be here on stage for the very first time in my 5 decades of existence in this beloved planet. Thank you for this opportunity. So before I begin, I would like to greet everyone. Magandang umaga. Magandang umaga. Maupayng aga. Maayong buntag. What else did I miss? We're international, so Sawadee Krap for our Thai friends. Namaste for our, if we have Indian nationals among us. Ni hao. Ni hao. I'm not sure if I saw someone who looks Indonesian because we all very much look the same. Salamat pagi. Okay. Just my simple gesture of emphasizing that research should be done not just collaboratively by Filipinos, but collaboratively by ASEAN and by the greater community of Earth. So let me begin my presentation by first proudly greeting my mother, who is almost an alumna of PWU, almost because she took up her master's during her stint as a public school teacher for, I think, more than 30 years. I never figured out why she did not finish, but I was being encouraged to encourage her to go back and finish it. So, ma, balik ka daw. Tapusin mo yung unfinished business mo. I'm sure there's a proud mother out there. But I'll show her the pictures later. So the title of my presentation, or I'd rather call it sharing, is A Better and Sustainable Tomorrow for All, catalyzed by research, innovation, and passion. Let me begin with a story, a research story. And do I just say next, or there's an intelligent system that can read my mind? Okay, next po. Okay. And I'm very happy that we're using a LED wall because I'd like to make this participatory. Do we have microphones, or you can just shout? Okay. So what do you see on screen? Sorry? Okay, can I ask one brave soul with a microphone to tell the crowd, what do you see? Okay, maraming active, I'm very happy.
Check.
Mic test. Dr. Sikat.
Good morning. It's a drone view, drone shot of a land.
Yes. Okay, yes, that's correct, but what else do you see in the photo?
It's a green field which has a partially cemented part.
Partially cemented. Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
It's not that perfect view.
Okay.
I think so.
All right.
For a perfect environment or Earth.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else? One last? From this side? Let's make it gender balanced from a female.
Female, please.
Maybe there's a different female perspective.
Good morning, Doc.
May
He's
diabetes
actually
estudyante ko
my
to, so baka nakita ninyo to.
Not yet, Doc.
Not yet, okay.
From my perspective, it's an aerial view of somehow like a kaingin activity.
Kaingin. Oh, okay. All right. Would you, okay. But would you consider this place as a beautiful place or a barren place? Barren? Beautiful? Okay. All right. I'll show you another photo. Next. Yeah. Now what do you see?
Let's start with Miss Baa.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's a clean green field with some patches. So it could be maybe an industrial waste, which is now maybe post-pandemic, maybe many decades later, things have grown back.
Okay, so it looks like industrial waste. Oh, that's another interesting view. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Next slide, please. How about this one?
Good morning, everyone. So I think it's a place that invaded by industrial company.
Ah, okay. Invaded by industrial company. Okay. Thank you. Next slide, please. Oh. Okay. Can you please click play? It's a video. If you bring your mouse to the bottom part, the play button should emerge. Oh, it's not working. Anyway, so it's a video. Well, as you can see, water flowing out, right? Next slide. Okay, now what do you see? Flooding. I heard flooding. Huh? Yeah. Okay. Next. What do you see? More floodings? Yes, huh?
Hindi mo naman sinabi. Nag-yes.
How about the picture to top left? Do you see those two people? Okay. They're doing something. No. Okay. Next slide, please. How about now? Fire. Okay. Next. Okay. More fire on a larger scale. Okay. Next slide, please. There, from another perspective. Okay. Next. There. Now, what do you see? I heard housing. What else? Oh, I need help. I can't understand from this. Nadadaig po kayo ng aircon. Okay. Oh, okay. I heard that one. No, in fairness, it's not. It's a different. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. Sorry. Go back to the previous slide. Okay. So we saw different things, right? And we would never really know what the photo is all about unless we go out there, study it, do our research, right? So I heard earlier it's an industrial area. I heard kaingin, and then I heard what is the other one? There's housing, and then oh, by the way, the photos are all from the same place. Okay, and I'll reveal the place, in a very short while. And then what else? And there were things that you did not see, but was very obvious in the photo. Can we go up 3 slides? Oh, and then you saw fire, right? Okay, yeah, that one is very obvious. Go up, back. Okay, back. Oh, you saw flooding also, no? One more. There. Okay, stop here. This is where you saw Kaingin, right? Okay. But did you notice those straight lines? Yeah, you notice those straight lines, but nobody mentioned the straight lines. Go page up ulit. Page up, I think, there. So, nature never works in straight lines. Have you seen any work of nature that is straight? No, zero, right? So this is anthropogenic, right? Human-made. Okay? Someone mentioned cemented. No, this is not cemented. This is what was left, the scarring that was left of a fire. So this is a few months after fire, which I shown much later. No? So you see, you're slowly putting the picture together. But what we cannot see, unless we go deeper into the photo, so move forward po tayo dun sa what is peat. I reveal the place now. The place is my playground, my research playground. My first, I have several na. This is the latest Sabah Basin peatlands located in the municipalities of Alang-Alang, Santa Fe, and San Miguel, Leyte. Now, what is peat? Okay, so I'm showing something on the screen, but let me just see a show of hands. Who has heard of peat before today? Narinig na. Thank you, ma'am. Several. Very good. You've heard of peat. Peatlands before today? Wala. Okay. So let me just walk you through. Peat is commonly defined as the accumulation of dead organic matter that are semi-decomposed or undecomposed, mostly plant matter, and they are formed under waterlogged, acidic, and low nutrient conditions. So let's go back to the story. Why did I show you all those photos before? You saw fire, you saw flooding, and you saw scars in the landscape that are evidence of industry coming in the past. So see, just in a few minutes, you already did a little bit of research just by looking at the photos. So, my dear friends, an area covered by peat is what we call peatlands. And in Southeast Asia, where I think most of us are located, or many of our students are originating from, and throughout Asia, peatlands are generally tropical peat swamp forests. So as you can see in the photos, there are different types. No? There are forests, which we call tropical forest, peat swamp forests. And there are also grasses and sedges. And as you can see, there are bodies of water, pools. But these pools are not just bodies of water. They are also filled with hydrophytes or water plants. No? Now, why am I sharing this to you? You saw the fire, you saw the flooding in the photos, right? These were the effects of development done during the 70s, during martial law, when, they just do whatever they want because they have the power. And what did it lack? It lacked science, it lacked research. If only people back then simply asked the scientists, the researchers who were active at the time, what type of ecosystem is this? Probably, they would have found someone who could have told them the latest Sabah Basin, that the term peatland was added much later. The latest Sabah Basin is, in fact, a peatland ecosystem. And this is the definition of a peatland. Next slide, please. So peatlands are composed of undecomposed organic matter. Very acidic, waterlogged. So, yung nakita nyo po, the photo that you saw earlier, you saw land, right? It's not your typical land. When you try to walk on top of a peatlands, you will sink. Because it's 90% water together with undecomposed organic matter. So if you can imagine me doing my field work in peatlands, I literally sink up to my chest area. And I'm heavy, unfortunately, so it takes me a lot of effort to traverse peatlands. Now, why am I sharing this with you? There were developments that were planned, grandiose development. They envision, and these plans were not really that bad, no? They were trying to ensure food security in Region 8, that's Leyte and Samar. That's for our foreign students, these are in the Visayas region, Region 8, Eastern Visayas. So what's wrong with envisioning to sustain food, particularly rice, no? That's very important. Food security, food resilience. And if you see a land as big, 3,000 hectares, okay. Ma'am, Dr. Yang, how big is the land area of PWU? Maybe 5 hectares, maybe? Not even, okay. 1 hectare? No, it's just block, no? Maybe half a hectare. So imagine this is 3,000 hectares, and if you go there and you see, next slide please, you see this, you'll think, oh, barren land. Oh, let's change the landscape. Let's make it a rice land, okay? But go back 1 slide up again. Right? So visually, you see, as far as the eye can see, if you've been there, or anyone who has been to Candaba wetlands, Pampanga, that's closer, no? When you go there, all you see, as far as the eye can see, is a landscape that is barren. Well, point of view, no? For ecologists like me, it's not barren. It's full of life. It's full of diversity. But for developers, like the person that you mentioned earlier, I'm trying to avoid mentioning the name. I might be, we're live stream. I might be filed with a libel case, so. But you mentioned the name, they see something from their perspective. Oh, this can be converted into farmlands, or worse, converted into subdivisions. And as you can see in the photo, someone actually already did. Now, what's the challenge here? Without research, no one would have found out that this area, 3,000 hectares at least, no, is a peatland area. And those who know about peat, it is not suitable for agriculture. Okay, there's a disconnect because in agriculture, especially in organic agriculture, we want to put organic matter, right? Oh, this is almost 100% organic matter. But why is not suitable for agriculture? Again, research is the key. If you dig deeper, you will find out that anything that is sobra or beyond what is optimum is no longer ideal, or is no longer, instead of being helpful, it becomes harmful. So too much organic matter actually crashes the system. I think based on studies that I have read, it's about 10% organic matter and then 90% mineral soil. That's the ideal balance plus your NPK. No? We don't have an agriculture course here, but those who are plantitos and plantitas, anyone here who love plants, gardens? Yeah, right? You have to have a balance of pH, nitrogen, potassium, and what's the third one? Okay, so they know. Okay. here you have a oversupply of organic matter, and it disrupts the conductivity of plants to absorb these nutrients. It's like us taking too much medicine. Instead of helping us, it will crash our system. We can die, no? Overdose. Plus, it's acidic. Most rice varieties do not grow on acidic soil. And there's no soil to begin with because this type of soil is classified as histosols, a different type of soil, organic matter, instead of the usual clay loam soil combination that are ideal for agriculture. Again, if you did your research, no-brainer, you could have figured out that it's not suitable. So don't use it for agriculture. But what happened? Oh, there's a barren land. Let's convert it. Let's drain the water. Once we drain the water, then we can plant. But as you can see, the brown portion, that's all peat. It's not flat. It's a dome. So before you are able to reach the mineral soil, which is needed for agriculture, you have to drain all of that water and remove all of those organic matter. On the economic side, we have economics major here in the room. It's not economically feasible. Business-wise, it's not viable. You're going to spend more than what you can anticipate to earn. And these are all poor farmers, by the way, living in these areas. So again, if we did our homework, if we did our research, the government, which I think borrowed money to develop the area, and by the way, most likely we're the ones paying for it until now. Dr. Yang may have one of the biggest share in the loan payments because she's been paying her taxes longer, I think, than most of us. We have paid in blood and sweat for failures of projects such as this simply because they did not do research. And that's the reverse formula of my title. So instead of catalyzing a sustainable tomorrow, lack of research, lack of innovation, maybe there's passion there for the project, but it led to a disaster. Disasters that this was conducted in the 70s. How many years later? 70s, 1 decade, 80s, 2 decade, 90s, wow, it's long, right? But almost 50 years after they started altering or destroying the peatlands ecosystem in Leyte, up to today, we are still experiencing the ill effects of those bad decisions, not guided by research. So they drain the peatlands. And peatlands are wetlands ecosystem. By the mere term, wetlands absorb water. Kaya kasi wetlands, they are supposed to do that so that it will not flood areas. They will absorb the water, release it slowly so that you have water security. But what did they do? We cut a big canal out of the basin so water is flowing out. And can we go up again, the photo? Yung sa may, ano pa, yung may water, yung may floods. Page up. So there's effort to correct. One more. Sige pa. There, okay. Let me So there was an effort to correct. Oh, they cut a big hole. Now let's try to plug it in. Again, lack of research. They constructed, you see that structure that looks like a bridge, that is actually a check gate. It's used in irrigation. So they're not really designed to be tall. But the canal that was created in the Leyte Saba Basin is like probably from that side of the wall up to this side of the wall and taller than our ceiling. That's how big the canal is. And then they created a check gate, which helped, no? It helped stop some of the water going out. So as you can see, the water level behind is higher than in front. But you see the rush of water flowing, overflowing, because they constructed this without hydrological studies. Hydrological studies or research would have provided the information, oh, this much water will be accumulated given X amount of precipitation. Given all the other canals, natural and human-made, this is the amount of water that will go out. And couple that with a study of geology, and you can determine using LiDAR data, all those high-tech tools being used for geospatial studies, you can already determine that you have to build a mini dam in order to bring it back to its original state. All of those information could have been provided had research been done. Well, in this case, research was done, but the project came before the research. So timing is also important. So if you do your research late, you're too late the hero. You could have done something, but you did not do it in time. So we have to do our research in time. So next, because of this experience, a project called the Leyte Saba Basin Peatland Restoration Initiative, which I formerly led. This was funded by a local foundation called the Forest Foundation Philippines. Next slide po. By the way, somebody has to remind me of time. I'm a teacher, so I can go on and on for 3 hours. Ayan po. Next slide pa po. Next slide. After yung diagram of the peat swamp. Next. Ayan. Sorry. Go back. Nasobrahan naman. All right. So, in just before the pandemic, 2014 or 15, I think, we embarked on doing a full range of research. 14 research done simultaneously. First research that we did, geoinformatics. We wanted to see. By the way, the photos I showed to you earlier, it was only in 2014 that people saw what we saw. First time, using drones. So, maybe that's innovation or, ano yung term mo, ma'am? Differentiation. No? Because before drones, there were the aerial surveys, there were the satellites. No? But because drones became accessible, it was no longer that costly, we were able to buy one for the project, and we did as many drone studies as we could. It took us months to cover 3,000 hectares because the battery is limited. It can only fly a certain number of hours, and we had already 8 batteries. So we wanted to see firsthand, top view, what was the Leyte Saba Basin Peatland was all about. That was our first salvo of research. Next. Yeah, no? So if only we could fly, we would have done it ourselves. Next slide. Then we wanted to find out what is the biological diversity of the Leyte Saba Basin Peatland, because it's not just land, it's plants and animals, maybe some you don't like to encounter in your lifetime, snakes. Fortunately, there are no crocodiles here, but in some other peatlands in the countries, we came close to, we had close encounters with Philippine crocodiles. You know Lolong? Yes, you know Lolong? You can see Lolong in the National Museum, or what's left of him. By the way, crocodiles are also, they also have love life. So the wife of Lolong is still in Agusan Marsh. So if you want to join me, we can go there and look for Lolong's wife. which they say, according to research, the female crocodile is even bigger than the male. So, exciting, di ba? All right. So, but next slide, it's not all scary, no? Ayan. So you can, those who want to join birding and try to help us, no, identify the biodiversity richness of ecosystems. So this is how we do research. We go on the field and we observe. And these are some of the species that we have seen, no? The blue-naped parrot, which is a threatened species, the yellow-breasted fruit dove, and the purple heron. Now, next slide. Because of our research, we have found out that the Leyte Saba Basin peatland is a candidate to becoming a critical habitat because it is home to species that are threatened based on the International Union of International Conservation, IUCN, International Union for the Conservation of Biodiversity. And we also have our local list of threatened fauna as issued by the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. So what we found out as there are 67 birds, 12 are endemic, can only be found in Leyte, 13 are, or in the Philippines, 13 are migratory species. So we are a flyway of migratory species. And unfortunately, 4 are threatened species. Next slide, please. And with our passion for research, we have found out that these are there are actually 5, no? Vulnerable, endangered, critically endangered. This is the highest level of threatened category. So we have 2 critically endangered, which means we really need to start conservation work. So next slide, and don't worry, I'm not going to eat up 3 hours of our time. Okay. By the way, Dr. Young, since you mentioned AI, this presentation is partly from my own experience, and I wanted to try AI. So part of my presentation was powered by AI. Okay. Now, so where are we in terms of the role of research, innovation, and passion as a catalyst for building a sustainable future for everybody? So we have to understand the role of research. We don't just do research just because we want to do research or we want our names to be published. Research, I believe, should lead to meaningful changes for the environment, for society, just like what we did in the Leyte Saba Basin peatland. What I failed to show, unfortunately, I didn't have pictures on hand of the socio-economic and governance side of our research. Remember, we had 14 research. I focused more on the biological and physical side of the research, but there were socio-economic, socio-cultural, economic, political, and governance part of the research. Research can be a driver for sustainable development. Without research, how are we to know if our path for the future is sustainable? In fact, begs the question, how do we know if something is sustainable? It all stems from understanding. It all stems from doing research. Oh, and I remember that lady that you mentioned. I don't think she loves research, but we all do, right? So I hope she's listening, no? I'm not sure about her next generation who is running, no? I hope the younger one is more in love with research than the mother. Research provides necessary knowledge and insights. So like my example, if you are a decision maker and you lack research or you did not benefit from the products of research, which is new knowledge and you will not understand the matters that you are deciding on. So I pity those who decided to convert the latest Sabah Basin peatland, because had they been fed with quality research outputs, they probably would have decided very differently. Unless they're narcissistic and they just really want to do what they want. But I believe that somehow there are still goodness in people in governance, no? That given research, they will decide for what is best for the country and for the people. So research can help us understand complex environmental and social systems, because it's not always what the eye can see, but it's what we need to see and understand when we dig deeper into the ecosystem, and the ecosystem includes community and people, especially indigenous peoples, women, and youth. We have to identify emerging trends. What I have not yet mentioned is that the peatlands, if we just let it be, it provides not just a nature-based solution to climate change, but a natural solution to climate change. We don't have to invent it. It's already doing what it needs to do. Absorb carbon and store carbon, carbons that we don't need in our atmosphere because it's creating global warming and it's leading to climate change. That's the job of peatlands. And the emerging trend now is, let's not destroy our peatlands because it's a low-cost, natural solution to climate change. And that trend only emerged because we did our research. We now understand what peatlands ecosystem services are providing to humanity. And research provides us with effective solutions. We're not hit and miss. We're precise because we did our homework, we did our studies, we did our research. Research can also uncover innovative approaches. Well, for some countries, they're already doing it. It's no longer considered innovative, but sometimes we are trailing behind, and for us, it's still innovative, or it's a derivative of earlier technology that was handed down to us. It mitigates impact of global issues, including the loss of biodiversity, environmental degradation, conflicts, and hopefully it leads to peace and prosperity. And with research, we can promote sustainable practices. Have you ever heard of the term circular economy? Not yet? Oh, okay. Recycling. No to food waste. Yeah, okay. Those are all part of the circular economy philosophy and practice. And that coin, I presume, was termed because people did their research. That if we reduce our consumption, reduce our waste, and reduce the extraction of, not sure if this is gender sensitive, but virgin materials through mining and logging, no, we can and just repurpose and reuse what is already out here. No? Like, we all have gadgets. Our gadgets are full of rare and important minerals. Iron, gold, what have you, it's already here. If we just throw them away, they will just rot in our landfills. But with technology brought about by research, we can actually recover all those minerals and we don't need to mine new areas. Next, so in terms of areas for research that leads to sustainability, we can do research related to climate change. One of my advisees, I'm not sure if she's here, this is her topic related to climate change and education. Resource management, another advisee of mine is doing his thesis related to resource management. Of course, biodiversity conservation. And for the other programs, which I also equally love, we also have social equity and sustainable development. And when we say sustainable development, It includes everything, perhaps including music, no? Because it's part of sustaining our culture, our heritage, and our pride. Next slide, please. So research as a driver of innovation or extending what has already been invented in the past. Research can inspire the development of innovative or new technologies and solutions. When before, it was just a dream to harvest the power of the sun, just like how plants are doing it naturally, we now have technologies that will allow us to harness free energy from our sun through solar radiation. Dr. Yang, are we already partly solar powered? Oh, okay. Maybe that should be our next project. There's also an economy side, a business side to it. It will save us valuable monetary resources. And then we have technologies that allow us to harvest the power of the wind and many more, wave energy, and many others that are renewable in nature. In terms of, I've been mentioning nature-based solutions or natural solutions. There are also technologies now that will allow carbon capture. So this is the other side of, these are the cousins of peatlands that are carbon sequesters and storers. But this, the one on the right, these are technology-driven, technology-enabled climate solution, wherein technologies have been developed to capture carbon and store them in the soil. Exactly what peatlands are doing, no? But this is aided by technology. Next slide, and don't worry, I'm coming to my last few slides. No person is an island. And I think Dr. Yang has emphasized that earlier. Collaboration and knowledge sharing is a key element of research. We have to work together, bringing interdisciplinary expertise and research together. So scientists from diverse fields, diverse culture, working together. This used to be a dream, but now it's happening, but we have to scale this out. We have to share knowledge. I visited our new faculty room. I saw some copies of past theses, I think of master's students. I hate for this research, these studies to be just left in the shelves. Your hard work should be given life and should give life to nature and to others. So we have to share our knowledge, and let's give each other a round of applause because you're here and this is the start of sharing new knowledge that you have generated. We have to identify synergies. Maybe my interest, my passion is connected to somebody else's passion. Like for example, maybe I can collaborate with our School of Music so that we can create songs about the environment and help change behavior through music. And we have to develop comprehensive solutions. I think one of our founders in PWU is also a co-founder of this old international NGO called the International Institute of Rural Reconstruction. And I believe Mr. Conrado Benitez was working with Dr. James Yen and Mr. Washington Sisip Sr. in crafting what we call the Rural Reconstruction Credo. And it says there, one of the credo is to, we need to create integrated approach, not piecemeal approach. So our research should be comprehensive, it should be holistic, and it should provide solutions to some of our most challenging environment and societal problems. Research can accelerate progress towards a sustainable future. If we don't accelerate it, nature will accelerate it for us, but it doesn't mean that we are still part of that future. The earth can continue to exist with or without us. So it's up to us whether We would like to fight the next extinction event. And this time, we're the ones creating it. So my last point is, next slide please, is about passion. Because research is not easy. Dr. Yang made it sound easy. But in reality, especially for us in the ecology environment, it's hard work. You know, to trek in the middle of a peatlands is hard work. Who among you have tried hiking or mountain climbing? There, no? Sometimes it takes you a day, several days, a week, no? But you're hiking on solid ground. Try to hike on water, right? With all your heavy equipments, research equipments. So if you're not passionate about research, about what you are doing, you're not gonna last even a day. With passion, you can move forward and we can create new knowledge, not just for our prestige, but for the benefit of our planet and our people. So the next slide shows me, and I hope you can imbibe the passion. I'd like to share the passion. No? It's hard to admit, but I'm overweight. Obvious naman, di ba? I always keep telling myself, I should have been in this kind of work, my calling for peatland should have come 35 kilograms younger. When I was 35 kilograms younger and I was probably in my late 20s, early 30s. But if you have passion, what's age? It's just a number. So the more peatlands I visit, my weighing scale is slowly going down, but my peatlands experience is going up. Yeah. No? And sometimes we encounter barriers, financial resources, availability of technology. Don't despair. If you don't have access to tools and equipments, create your own. You see the left photo? That is my invention. Because it takes about at least 200,000 pesos to buy what we call the Russian type auger. So it's a tool that you drive down the peatlands to extract peat soil samples. 200,000. Not all researchers have 200,000. With less than 10,000 pesos, maybe 200,000 if I add my labor, my professional fee. But it took me less than 10,000 pesos to invent and fabricate by myself in my backyard. Oh, not by myself, our kasambahay, who is now my citizen scientist, Celia, helped me fabricate this. No? She was my assistant. So we both have scars of welding flux that hit our skin, red hot. And so if you can read my dissertation, she is specially mentioned there because she helped me in fabricating this, and she helped me conduct my citizen science peat soil testing, which we did in our backyard, using indigenous and locally available equipments that are normally found in laboratories, but will cost you millions of pesos. So if you don't have funds, it's no excuse. Create your own. So if you're my advisee and you go to me, sir, I cannot do it because I don't have the funds. Look for another advisor because I will not buy that BS. Because you can create your own. And if you create your own, then it's something you can share. So I'm patenting this invention, not because I want to commercialize it, but because I want to protect it from those who would copy it and make it commercially available, because I want to share this to as many communities as I can so that they can fabricate their own and they can do their own citizen science research. The photo in the middle, who do you think are these people? Any guess? It's hard, no? Because I cannot say. But these are officials, mind you, officials um, d- yeah, officials of the local government unit in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao. But that day, they are my research interns. I taught them how to extract peat soil samples using my invented citizen science auger. I didn't have a good photo of us. So we do our research. We wake up 4 o'clock in the morning. We go to the field so that it's not yet hot. We collect samples. We rush back to our citizen science laboratory, which is basically like a classroom. Conduct our peat soil testing, which will bring us close to or past midnight, but go home very happy because these local government unit officials who are not, doing research work, did citizen science research work, and we were the first to prove that Ligawasan Marsh is a peatland. Ligawasan Marsh is like probably around 200,000 hectares. This is my new playground. 3,000 hectares yung latest haba. This is 200,000 hectares. So those who would like to join me, you can sign up. The last photo is every opportunity I have that I can visit a peatland, I take advantage of it. So this one is in Brunei, Darussalam. This is what they call badas. Sounds like badass. Badas peatlands. One of their peat swamp forests, part of it was degraded, but now they're doing conservation work, and they allowed me to experience extracting peat soil sample. I know it's the same one, but the experience is different. So in closing, next slide please. Research is a powerful tool. You have a powerful tool in your hands, and research can serve as a catalyst for more sustainable and equitable tomorrow. So it is an imperative for us to invest in research. The university, all the schools and all the departments must invest in research. And individually, we have to invest our time, talent, and treasure to do our own research. We have to support the work of scientists. Today, we're all scientists and artists performing our important mission to create new knowledge and to generate new artistic work. And final slide. Research can catalyze a better and sustainable tomorrow by uniting people in seeking knowledge and understanding that can heal our planet, foster peace, nurture sustained prosperity, and pursue growth within our Earth's carrying capacity. By the way, that's my own writing. That's not AI. Last, together we can build a better future for all. And next slide, please. May PS. This one, talaga hindi AI. It's in my handwriting. But this is the more personal part of my message. Keynote messages are supposed to set the tone, direction, and inspire. But it is I who is inspired by all of you who are about to present your research. See, I'm getting goosebumps. Because I know how exciting it is to present your research or work for the very first time. I'm almost certain that these are products of your sweat, tears, and probably even blood. Perhaps some even needed to put on hold their social life. Yeah. Raise of hands, those who did not go out on parties, family gatherings because they were busy with their research. Raise of hands. There's one. Ayaw umamin ng iba, okay? Okay, worse. Maybe some of us or some of you put aside your love life. Oh, see, there's a stronger reaction in the love life. Later boyfriend, later girlfriend, I am in love with my research now, so you're secondary. But after this, we'll be making up for lost time. No? But seriously, you are all here now, a testament to your hard work and dedication to your research, to your craft, to your arts, and to your academic disciplines. And let's give a round of applause to your respective research advisors and mentors. We will not be here if not for our advisors who have invested, and I borrow the term of Dean Leo, their intellectual generosity. And sometimes we fail to include them in our list of authors when we publish. But it doesn't matter. I think for most advisors, they're very happy to see their mentees, their advisees, succeed in their research. So perhaps at one point, or several points, you thought of giving up. Or ask yourself, why am I doing this again? You are here because you have struggled, endured, and emerged victorious. So again, pat on your shoulder for making it true. It is now time for you to inspire those who are next in line. Some of them are my graduate students in the Master of Science in Environmental Management. Some of them are here, and some of them are already currently working in their thesis. Please help me inspire them, because next year, they will be the ones who will take your place and present in next year's research festival. Di ba, ma'am? Yeah. And you will be the best proof that it can be done, and with flying colors at that. So congratulations, everyone, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Montemayor. We will honor you as a pivotal figure in environmental protection. You truly inspired us to advocate for sustainable practices and policies. Research has shown that music has the power to uplift our spirits, evoke emotion, and create a sense of unity among people. At this moment, we will have a special intermission number from the School of Music. Please welcome San Shang Lung as Pipa, Shan Shong Shai Shudai, Thank you to all talented performers for sharing with us your talent. We will now move on to an open forum with the keynote speaker. May I request the presence on stage of our moderator, Dr. Elizabeth A. Chua from the School of Arts and Sciences. Thank you.
So, isang makakalikasang araw po sa ating lahat. At it's a beautiful day for us to celebrate the second annual Research Festival. So, with the theme, Research as a Catalyst for a Sustainable Tomorrow. Okay, and then I'm more than glad to be here with my friend from Miriam College. We shared similar professors like Dr. Angelina S. Galang, and I'm very happy to give the first question that was given to me, and I'd like to sit behind you, sir. I'm very happy to be with you. Yeah, and the first question would be, well, how can we figure out a better tomorrow, taking into account our social, economic, and environmental side of the Sustainable Development Goal? So that was a question that was given to me earlier.
Wow. Ma'am, I think that's it's like a Miss Universe question. That's a tough one. How do you make it simple? I think I'll begin by saying we have to think not of our generation. By the way, I'm Generation X. Dr. Yang stopped at Generation Y earlier. I think we're now in Generation Alpha. Alpha, right? So, if we all think about what we will leave behind, not just for Gen A or Gen Alpha, but what will follow Gen Alpha? Gen Beta, Charlie, or whatever they will be called. If we just keep that in mind as an individual and collective responsibility, what kind of world, or maybe let's not look too far ahead. Those of you who want to have children, grandchildren, just think of them. What kind of world, what kind of environment do you want to leave them behind? A polluted one? A planet? Or a neighborhood without even a single tree? Yeah. Would you want them to go outside but wearing what? We just emerged from 2.5 years of living wearing masks, if that was living at all. No? But if it's environmental degradation, it could be worse. No? Do you want them to be going out carrying firearms because peace and order is very, it's very far from what we can leave behind? Or do you want them to eat healthy foods or synthetic foods? So, that's my sort of philosophical response. Doable response is, let's look at the Sustainable Development Goals. They're supposed to be achieved by 2030, but we're falling behind.
Yeah.
And then we have for biodiversity, we have the biodiversity plan, which is also supposed to be achieved by 2030, and we have a long way to go. And then we have our climate adaptation plans. And I think scientists have already agreed that we are definitely going to overshoot 1.5 degrees. And they were earlier saying that's a point of no return. But I think if we put our acts together, we can still do something about it.
And then we have the resiliency plan at the local and even at the national. Okay, can we have some questions from the audience, please? Another question? Anyone? So, yeah. Another question, sir. Is peatland more associated with the wetlands, the wetlands?
Yes, po.
Because we have the mangrove forest that we need to protect?
Yes. Wetlands is the general category of ecosystems that are partly land, partly water. So it's not terrestrial, it's not land per se. It's not also aquatic because it's like a hybrid, it's the middle. And it can be in the coastal area, and so it's marine wetlands or coastal wetlands, and there are inland wetlands. So peatlands can be either coastal wetlands, or
At the
inland
middle, no?
wetlands.
I
yes.
saw at the middle.
And we also have peatlands in high elevation area. If you have climbed Mount Pulag, there used to be 4. Now there's only 3 small peatlands that are upland, in the upland, and the characteristics are very different from the ones in the lowland areas.
Okay, so any more question from the audience? If there is no more, I think you have a very substantive information that was delivered earlier, and we do so much appreciate the comprehensive information about peatland. I'm more of the mangrove forest in the coastal, so I'm very much associated to your concerns on the conservation and protection of all the ecosystem. So right now, I think our MC, the host of the event, is waiting for us in 5 minutes. So I hope we did our job. In 5 minutes, we have the question and answer. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Montemayor, Dr. Chua, and to those who have asked questions and shared their insight on the keynote speech. Carrying on, allow me to invite here on stage Dr. Felina Siyang, Chancellor and Senior Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Minerva B. Diala, Dean, School of Nursing, to do the honors of awarding the certificate to the keynote speaker this morning. Please allow me to read the citation. Philippine Women's University Research and Development Office hereby awards this Certificate of Recognition Jerome L. Montemayor, keynote speaker during the 2024 Philippine Women's University Research Festival with the theme Research is Catalyst for a Sustainable Tomorrow, given this 28th day of September 2024 at PWU Conrado Benitez Hall. Signed, Dr. Leonardo O. Monalim, Director, Research and Development Office. Dr. Felina Siyang, Chancellor and Senior Vice President for Academic Affairs. University President Marco Alfredo M. Benitez. Once again, let us give a round of applause for Dr. Jerome Montemayor, Executive Director of the Foundation to the Development Environment, for his time and expertise of this year's Research Festival keynote speaker. We will now move on to the second part of the festival of the plenary speeches. May I now invite the plenary speaker to be seated on the sofa on stage. We have Associate Professor Satwenter Israel, Mr. Rakilo Anichete, Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Celeste Frank L. Saison, Ms. Nor Aina Magurangka, Ms. Seti Aisa Makadaag, Ms. Kiara Villajego, and Ms. Tital Baa. May I also request our moderator on stage to join the plenary speakers, Mr. Joseph Santos from the School of Arts and Sciences, Dr. Mark Harvey B. Adamson, Program Chair, School of Pharmacy, and Dr. Shirley A. Padua, Dean, School of Education. Mr. Mark Joseph Santos is Associate Professor from the School of Arts and Sciences and was awarded Top 2 Most Prolific Researcher during yesterday's PWU recognition ceremonies. Associate Professor Dr. Mark Harvey B. Adamson, Program Chair of School of Pharmacy, is a trailblazer in the realm of pharmaceutical sciences and research. Associate Professor Dr. Shirley A. Padua is Dean of the School of Education. Our plenary speakers are given 15 minutes to present the research findings. After all speakers have presented, we will have until 12 in the afternoon for the open forum with the moderators. Let me introduce all at once our plenary speakers. Our first plenary speaker is Associate Professor Satwinder Rihal from the School of Arts and Sciences. Our second plenary speaker is Mr. Rakilu N. Anishete from the School of Education. Our third plenary speaker is Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Celeste Frank L. Saison from the School of International Relations and Diplomacy. Our fourth set of speakers are Miss Naraina Maguranka, Miss Seti Aiza Makadaag, and Miss Kiara Villajego from the School of Pharmacy. And our last plenary speaker is Miss Sital Baa from the Philippine School of Social Work. I guess we are all ready. Associate Professor Satwinder Rihal, please do the honors.
All right, good morning, everybody. So I'm Satwinder Rehal from the Department of Communication, School of Science and Arts. So my title, What the Fuss? A socio-onomastic and feminist perspective on changing the name of the Philippine women's national football team. How many of you have nicknames here? How many of you have changed your nicknames? Okay, so that gives you a clue that nicknames are just arbitrary. You can name people anyhow you want. But nicknames are also a sense of identity. And this can depend on who names you and what it portrays. Next, please. So it starts with this story sometime in 2021 when the Philippine Football Federation changed the nickname of the national women's team from the Malditas to the Filipinas. Right? So where did it all start? Well, actually in 1985, the Philippine women's national team was established and participated in its first ever competition in the ASEAN Southeast Asian Games. Next, please. So what happened was in 2021, as the team was preparing for the qualifiers of the 2022 Asian Cup, which also was the platform for the qualification for the FIFA World Cup, the Football Federation changed from Malditas to the Filipinas. Now some people said, oh, why change? You know, we like the name Malditas. In fact, some sports commentators said, the name Malditas had a better, punch. It had a more threatening name than Filipina. Sounds very soft. Next, please. It's not strange. A lot of football teams have changed their names to make it sound more threatening, intimidating. So for those who are supporters of Manchester United in England, including myself, they changed their name from the Busby Babes in 1958 to what we know today as the Red Devils. So, devil, And if we look at England, England is known as the Three Lions. But when you look at the symbol of a lion, it's threatening, despite the fact that England has no lion at all. It's an African animal. But if you look at the image, the lion is a threatening, beast. Next, please. So nicknames, what are nicknames? Nicknames are just supposed to provide some sense of identity, some pet name, some loving name. But in sports, we tend to use these narratives as a form of identity, emotional effect, and also sometimes it gives a place of origin of that name. Now, in sports, a lot of these names tend to also depend on some cultural nuances, where it was actually created, so it gives a sense of consciousness. It has some meanings. That's why we also need as scholars to start categorizing and classifying these names. Next, please. So I employ a framework by Leslie Skipper called socio-onomastic. Onomastic means actually the origin of names and where it actually came from. So when you look at a name like Daft Avenue out here, Daft Avenue is a name created out of a name of an American governor, right? But socio-onomastic takes it further. It tries to understand the origin of the name in terms of its cultural and social background. Who names it, why are they naming it, and what it actually symbolizes. I employ this on a framework, and then I interpret the name of the chain from Maldita to Filipinas using a feminist perspective from Judith Butler's theory of performance. Next, please. What's the significance of this paper or the purpose? Basically, I'm trying to bring attention to a discipline that has yet to take place in the Philippines, in terms of training. This is sports communication. I bring this from the work of a renowned sports communicator called Lawrence Werner. And he actually asked the question, sports communication, where are you? Why are we not having it quite established, and where it is origin, why is it not engendered? Next, please. So that's actually Werner, whom I have personally met and associated with. And we're trying not only to push the agenda of the sports sociology, but within sports sociology, sport and communication. Next, please. And you can see when I actually mentioned the need to establish these studies around sport and communication. And that's why we tend to borrow from other frameworks, like from sociology, languages, to grow this discipline called sport and communication. And it's what I'm trying to illustrate with this presentation. Next, please. So given the fact that I'm employing Leslie and Skipper's framework of socio-onomastic, my data comes from digital archival research and also from applying also content analysis to categorize what I'm finding through the framework of Leslie and Skipper, so very deductive. And of course, the interpretation based on feminist theory. Next, please. So this is what I find. So Malditas was created in 2005, named by the coach, Ernie Neres, that time. Vis-a-vis the one of Filipinas created in 2021, while the team was preparing for 2022 qualifiers. In terms of the category, based on Skipper, these are both human traits. Now, if you notice a lot of teams in Southeast Asia, for example, Singapore, it's the Lions of Singapore. If it's Vietnam, it's the Warriors. If it's Thailand, it's the elephants, etc. If it is Indonesia, Garuda. So these are animal traits. Unlike in the Philippines, we are using human traits to nickname our team. Except the Askal, it's a dog. But for the females, these are human traits. For Malditas, it's supposed to project aggressiveness, combativeness, panlaban, or being a brat. Vis-a-vis, the one for Filipinas is femininity, passivity, purity, resilience. And the way these names emerge, you can see that Malditas came from a combination or fusion of tandas and, of course, the young players who are joining the team at that time. So it's a fusion of names. Vis-a-vis the Filipinas was supposed to be a reaction that as the team was going to play in the World Cup, of course, it's a Spanish, Portuguese-oriented name, which provided a negative connotation. The federation thought if they went to the World Cup, it will give the team a bad image. So they wanted to change, and Jeff Cheng, the manager, said, we want something more feminine, more reflective of the beauty of the team. Next, please. Now, we can see this symbolism in the logos. So you can see the first logo of the Malditas as Mariel Benitez Javenova, a former captain of the Malditas, said, the image or the name Malditas is a perception of somebody who is combative, somebody who is palaban. And we can see from the logo, the silhouette. There is a silhouette of a girl kicking a very tactful skill, a scissor kick. That's very symbolic of somebody who is aggressive, who is palaban, who can do what a man can do. You don't expect a girl to make such kind of a kick, but it does. However, when they changed to the Filipinas, the logo also changed to something similar to a sampaguita. As we can see, the sampaguita flower also reflects something which is very feminine-oriented, purity, fidelity, beautiful. And this brings the context of mixing a nationalistic discourse while also negotiating femininity. according to Michelle Yeoh, right? Next, please. So what am I getting out of this presentation? Basically, Malditas tends to connote a negative, constructed human trait, socially constructed, vis-a-vis the Filipinas one that is expected to be more of a feminine perspective, which tends to be mixed with the nationalistic discourse. It brings to fore the discussion on Maria Clara in Jose Rizal's epic book, Noli Me Tangere. Next, please. So with Maria Clara, she's supposed to be this beautiful and dutiful woman who is supposed to project resilience. And with that, then we can see the definition of Maria Clara extending in the modern context, where the modern-day Maria Clara, whether she's of Moreno character or Asian character or even a transnational person, is expected to perform this Maria Clara kind of perception or imagery. Next, please. So Maria Clara comes to represent this Filipina idealism, somebody who's delicate yet strong, graceful yet able, compassionate yet courageous. And we can see that with the naming of the team as Filipinas. So the idealist Filipina self is supposed to project also and perform that role even while playing a sport. In this case, the women of the national football team are supposed to reflect that modern-day Maria Clara kind of perception. Next, please. So here we have Serena Bolden with her Maldita kind of, celebratory look, as we can see. Not your typical Maria Clara kind of image. Yet, in the recent past, next please, we see the gendered approach when the girls were featured in Vogue magazine. They are performing gender, if we use Butler's conception, where Butler says that when we perform gender, we're supposed to compel our body or the feminine body to some historical ideal. The ideal of the Maria Clara, the ideal of the Maria Mismo. And here it's an inducing of the body to become a cultural sign, expectation. And in terms of gender performativity, it's the effect of being or performing that gender. We can see Serena Bolden vis-a-vis the modern image in the Vogue magazine. The girls are performing their gender by dressing as the ideal woman, not the one that is with the short shorts, very, aggressive looking with the expression. Here, the shyness, the demeanor, the femininity, as we call it, is now being projected on national team players, which extends the concept of the Filipinas. Next, please. So Butler says we are doing what we call gender performance, where we compel our body to be obedient to some historically defined concept and possibility, which tend to be sustained over time or reinforced by certain cultural factors. Next, please. And performativity is the doing, the effect that we create out of that which is supposed to be performed. So according to Butler, she says, there is no gender identity behind the expressions of gender. And we can see that with the Vogue magazine illustration, where the players had to now perform their gender or act their role. Next, please. This is not strange. I draw reference or similarities with the Japanese national football team, the women's, the Nadeshiko Japan. The name Nadeshiko is actually from a flower, the Yamato Nadeshiko, which in Japanese culture is supposed to reflect Japanese womanhood. Somebody who's pure, expresses fidelity, and this is a history whereby the men are supposed to be the warrior. Hence, the Japanese men's team is called the Samurai Blue. Yet, the women are referred to more of a flower, a pink flower. So in such society, we see the name connoting some societal expectation, where in Japanese culture, we see that the names of the men tend to be given a more masculine look or attribute, while the female are supposed to reflect some form of feminine attribute. Yet, the girls are supposed to perform their nationalistic duty while performing their gender. So in such a reinforced gender construction, we see that Yamato Nadeshiko comes to represent certain feminine qualities, symbolized by the pink flower and they are considered desirable for Japanese women, notably modesty, gracefulness, gentleness. So they are supposed to be the dutiful daughter while performing nationalistic duties. Next, please. So what we see in general is that gender is just an illusion of the gender itself. While when we look at who named the women's national team, be it Malditas or Filipinas, they were named by male coaches. The women did not name themselves as Maldita or Filipinas. Unlike the Ascals were named by a group of fans. Here, the Malditas and Filipinas, it was a man who named the team. It shows a sense of a father-know-all perspective, and whereby their girls are supposed to be abiding. And if they do criticize, they are actually dismissed or sanctioned. Now, if I use a deconstructive perspective for feminism, according to Judith Butler, we are supposed to challenge those constructed notions because they're not naturally given by those to whom it is implied. So whenever we make reference to Maldita, the Malditas or the players who tend to prefer using the name Maldita, they are doing a form of deconstruction. They do not want to be named by the male and extend the reinforcement of a gendered construction by others who expect them to perform their gender. So the continuous usage of Malditas, then it's a deliberate deflection from patriarchy, rather than abiding by the name Filipinas. Why so? Next, please. In Japanese society, women were also samurais. And it's there, it's already documented. Yet, when we see that applied in the football field or the sporting field, that is never acknowledged. The samurais are restricted to the men. And that's why the Japanese national team is called Samurai Blue. There's nothing wrong if the women's team were equally named Samurai, because historically they did have samurais. Next. In Philippine feminist discourse, they have also shown that women have played a leading role as aggressors, as revolutionaries, symbolized by personals like Gabriela Silang. So what we see is that the feminist movement in the Philippines have continuously challenged the gendered representation of femininity in the Philippines, that against the images of Maria Clara or Virgin Mary. In fact, they are critical of the Maria Mismo mentality because it tends to domesticate women. It tends to make them look passive. It tends to ignore characters like Gabriela Silang, who were frontliners in leading revolution in the Philippines. Next, please. So in conclusion, what we see is that nicknames may sound very arbitrary. Maybe it doesn't mean much. But then we tend to see that some names and some nicknames reflect the culture from where they come from. Team nicknames may become brand identities. You know, just like Ascals, just like Filipinas, they are the brand identity. But we have to question how these names came about. We have to question who constructed them. And based on the interpretation of my results, guided by specifically Judith Butler's theory on performance, it reveals that nicknames, especially like whether it's Maldita or whether it's the Filipinas, they reinforce certain social and cultural nuances. In the case of the Philippines, it reveals the gendering practices and patriarchal norms that are also exhibited in the sporting field. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Associate Professor Rihal. May I call on women now, Mr. Rakilu and Anichete. Sir.
Thank you so much. I heard a lot of slang words today. Maldita, what's that again? Filipina. What about Bratinela? I'm just kidding. All right. So speaking of slang words, how many of you are aware with the word bardagulan? Okay. I can see a lot of Filipinos raising their hands. Okay. How about Chinese community? Are you aware of the word bardagulan? Well, to inform everyone about its meaning or definition, bardagulan is a slang word as well in the Philippines used to describe online disputes wherein you can see Filipino netizens throwing hate to each other, fighting, and actually it's not only in social media, but also you can see bardagulan in our Congress, in Senate, in Tulfo's program, in barangay, in a lot of places in the Philippines, actually. And over the recent decades, bardagulan is also becoming a trend in classroom level. Yes, in school. I am a high school teacher, senior high school teacher from Binyan Integrated National High School and a doctorate student here in Philippine Women's University. And I'm going to present not really about bardagulan as a phenomenon per se, but something related to it. Okay, so my presentation is all about my action research in Department of Education titled Exploring Senior High School Learners' Political Tolerance Through Co-Generative Dialogues, Basis for Student Engagement Action Plan. Next slide. All right, so political tolerance, basically, based on synthesized definition and various literature and studies, it is the willingness to accept and respect. All right, so you have the tolerance if you have that willingness. Accept, respect the political or civil rights of persons and groups in society, even if their political point of views are different as compared to yours. Next. And according to the Convention on the Rights of the Child, they actually provided a framework which talks about for the right of the child to education. And they obligate state parties to respect and ensure the rights of each child without discrimination of any kind, irrespective of the child's or his or her parents or legal guardians, political or other opinion, among others. How about in the Philippines? Next slide, please. In the Philippines, our 1987 Philippine Constitution prescribes that the schools shall, so it's a requirement, foster love of humanity and respect for human rights. How about the Department of Education in the Philippines? Next slide, please. Its education department has adopted rights-based education based on DepEd Order number 31 in 2022, wherein the right to respect and well-being in the learning environment is one of the dimensions. So a lot of times, I've been mentioning the word respect because that's the essentially the central topic of my presentation. And the rights-based education pointed out that the education rights of children are not only confined to the right to access education. Okay, it's not limited to access of education and the right to quality education, but also to the rights in education which should be enjoyed, exercised, and inculcated among learners. Okay, so next slide, please. In a school setting, political tolerance plays an important role in creating and maintaining a safe space for the learners. So if you're going to read the mission and vision statement of the Department of Education in the Philippines, you will read the word safe and motivating environment. So meaning to say, aligned to the aspirations or to the goals of the United Nations and our Constitution, the Department of Education is also promoting for the promotion of safe space and motivating space for the learners. Next slide, please. However, okay, so this is the problem. Several reports suggest that an alarming trend of political intolerance manifesting in various forms, such as in hate speech and cancel culture, is rising in different parts of the world. You know, it's always okay to share your thoughts, your feelings to others, but what's not okay is to cancel them because of their thoughts, okay? And then later on, you'll know, what did I do to address this problem? Okay, next slide, please. In the classroom, my classroom as a Philippine politics teacher, my students were found fighting and canceling each other, be it in social media or in their learning environment. And they're also observed as becoming less engaged in class every time they felt that their political views were being invalidated by their classmates. And we all know that in engagement theory, engagement is also has a relationship to academic performance. So if the students or learners are not well engaged, so maybe it can also impact their performance as students. Next slide, please. According to a study, they pointed out that students are becoming more engaged if their voices are heard. So tiis-tiis. Even if you don't want their views, their political views, please listen to them first, okay? So their voices are heard rather than invalidated, disregarded, or mocked. Okay? Next slide, please. So I have introduced to my students co-generative dialogues. In this action research, I utilized co-generative dialogues as both my pedagogical approach to my students and my data collection method. Right? And according to a literature, co-generative dialogues is a form of structured discourse in which both teachers and students will be engaged in a collaborative effort to identify problems and thus implement improvement in classroom teaching and learning practices. So together, the students and teachers, together they will generate a solution towards a problem. And in the context of my study, the problem that we're trying to solve is the problem related to political intolerance. And according to other literature, it is also known as cogens. So later on, instead of co-generative dialogues, I'll be just using the word cogens because I only have 15 minutes. All right, focus on listening to learners' voices and emphasize the values of, again, respect, equity, and diversity. And it is used to create a safe environment to address emotional conflicts or bardagulan, okay, in classroom. Anyway, bardagul is really a Tagalog word, but bardagulan is it's a slang. Bardagul is a Tagalog, all right, meaning conflict. Okay, next slide. Okay, so the purpose of my study are listed. Okay, so I determined their views considered tolerable, intolerable, and I also determined how my students' political tolerance can be used to sustain, speaking of sustainability, right? Sustain student engagement. All right, so next, please. I have utilized qualitative action research using cogens or co-generative dialogues as aside from pedagogical approach, as my data collection method. And I also recruited 16 grade 12 UMS learners purposefully selected from Binyan Integrated National High School. And in terms of data analysis, thematic analysis is what I did, and then member checking to ensure the reliability of the findings. All right, so next slide, please. So here are the results of my, or the findings of my study. So in the question, what political views are considered tolerable to the students, there are two themes emerged. The first theme has 3 sub-themes. So the theme 1 is for respectful democratic discourse. So they are tolerant if the discourse in the classroom is built on the idea of respect. All right? So for instance, in sub-theme number 1, it says there, inclusive discourse. So according to the first participant, as long as acceptable political viewpoints are inclusive and sustain courteous environment where a range of viewpoints can be discussed and expressed without harming or discriminating against others, I find it tolerable. All right, so what about the second sub-theme? Next slide. For the second sub-theme, under the theme respectful democratic discourse, open-mindedness to democracy. So they can tolerate, and they are also tolerated by others if they are upholding open-mindedness to democracy. And we're living in democratic country after all. According to the second participant, this is the democracy in the classroom and how all students that part in the classroom respect the outcome. How about this third sub-theme? Next slide. Ethical and informed discourse. They can tolerate that for obvious reason. And they're also being tolerated by others if they are demonstrating such discourse. And according to 14th participant, it is reflected during our classroom meetings where the class officials seek opinions and votes from our classmates when making decisions on various topics. Okay? So next slide, please. We're done with the first theme that emerged. The second theme that emerged is tolerance for varied political views in classroom. So listen carefully. These are the tolerable viewpoints according to the students. For sub-theme number 2.1, progressive sentiments. All right, so I find it agreeable when my peers are pro-advancement and pro-change that will benefit and improve our country. Kapag may nagkikriticize, may pwedeng baguhin, may change, and may improvement. So I think that's healthy. They find it healthy and tolerable. How about the second sub-theme under the second theme, please? Liberal values. Liberalism, dahil dito nagkakaroon tayo ng kalayaan sa lahat ng aspeto, especially the freedom of speech. Talagang nagagamit at naisasagawang bawat isa to be more confident and heard. All right, so how about the third sub-theme under the second theme? Next, please. Sensitive and moderation. The way that if the leader has an idea about the development of the classroom, what a great means is saying to the majority to know if it's tolerable for them. All right, so these are the things that are considered tolerable for them, and they are being tolerated as well if they are demonstrating the themes that I have just mentioned. Okay, next slide. For the next research question, what political views are considered intolerable to the students? So the third theme says intolerable political views in classrooms. So, thank you. It has several sub-themes. Viewpoints taken from misinformation. They can hardly tolerate these viewpoints if it's taken from misinformation shared with arrogance. But the problem is, are they just gonna intolerate it? We have to utilize, just like the suggestion of this study, to utilize mechanism wherein their voice will still be heard. You're not just gonna say that it's correct, but you may engage them in a dialogue wherein both of you can exchange healthy dialogues as regards a certain topic. All right, so aside from that, sub-theme, next, authoritarianism. They don't want that. But then again, we're not gonna stop there, all right? We have to be engaged in a healthy dialogue so that everyone will understand why are they not intolerable, or why are they not tolerable with such point of view. Next, one-sided gender-related views they can hardly tolerate if their classmates are anti-feminist, or too much, or demonstrating toxic masculinity, things like that. All right, so for the last, time is up. Okay, thank you so much. These findings are used as a basis for my pedagogical approach that I have used, which is co-generative dialogues. So thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Anichete. Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Celeste Frank L. Saison will now deliver his presentation.
To Dr. Yang, dito yata si ma'am, and our keynote speaker a while ago, Dr. Montemayor. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Celeste Frank L. Saison, an active member of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Don't worry, I am not here to do some red tagging. I am here as an academician. I'm a graduate of this institution too. That's why I've been paying back my mentor and a close friend. Sabi niya, isa daw ako sa mga favorite students niya. Si Ambassador Rosario Manalo and the Dean of the Helen E. Benitez School of Diplomacy. And at the same time, she has been helping me in my academic journey. I finished my PhD with the PCU. And I am here to present to you my book. Actually, mainit-init pa, kaka-publish lang. And this is the maiden issue. So this is my first presentation of this book to this institution na timing na mayroon po tayong research festival. And I'm very happy to see some fellow prolific researchers, especially si Dr. Montemayor kanina. Research is very important, even to us in the security sector. So this book is titled Human-Centered Security and Development Approach, an SDG or Sustainable Development Goal Nexus in an Insurgency. It is a conflict resolution framework for the more than half a century problem of the Philippines in insurgency. And I'm here to debunk some of the contentions of academicians and philosophers, especially those of that ni Jose Maria Sison, the late Jose Maria Sison. I am Sison versus Sison. And next slide, please. So in this study, I interpret security as human security. And within this category, I focus on political violence as an essential source of insecurity. Likewise, I interpret development as the causal relationship between economic growth and human development, the human security approach framework. This book investigates and answers the two hypotheses as shown. Security and development are intertwined in approaching insurgency, and there is a deeper meaning on the moniker, serve the people. I believe some of you might be wearing those black shirts with the word, serve the people. And I do serve the people. Next. There is no academic consensus as to the theory that can adequately explain why we have insurgency in the world today, according to Akani. However, following the U.S. government's guide to insurgency analysis, they've been telling us that they're experts in insurgency, but they failed many times, especially in Afghanistan. However, I would like to cite in this book that there is a unified opinion identifying insurgency's fundamental causes is the first stage in conflict settlement, and that is a consensus among theorists and analysts. That is why the first 3 chapters of this book discussed in detail the Philippine society amidst the country's insurgency problem and the Philippine government's counter-insurgency campaigns from 1968 to 2023. Next. The 2020 Global Terrorism Index dubbed the Philippines the 10th country gravely affected by terrorism, notably the only Southeast Asian country in the world listed. Based on data, 35% and 38% of deaths respectively have been attributed to the CPP and PANDF. Next. Existing literature points to one singular fact. Our apathy is the culprit. Whether we like it or not, we are apathetic to this problem, which explains why we have had more than half a century-old insurgency. To be exact, 54 years and running. And there are a lot of students here, I believe, were infected by that quote-unquote ideology. But it is a good ideology. I will point out later on why. Hence, this book posed the question, is there hope to end this 53-year running insurgency turned terrorism? Next. This research is qualitative, descriptive, and grounded theory and was steered by the shown theoretical works. It is aligned, next, with Yin's 2011 qualitative research through a case study, next please, of 4 elite respondents, 2 top-ranking CTG cadres, whose ranks are equivalent to the AP generals, and 2 counterinsurgency experts. These elite respondents were chosen on purposive non-probability sampling based on their length, depth, and breadth of involvement in insurgency and counterinsurgency. Their case was carefully cross-referenced to a focus group discussion with local former rebels nationwide. Likewise, these case studies of similar insurgencies were analyzed and cross-referenced with the data from elite respondents and FGD participants. Then, a careful synthesis of the Philippine insurgency and terrorism. The CTG's National Democratic Revolution and the Philippines counterinsurgency were executed to close possible study gaps. Next. Being a grounded theory, this research follows Yin's 2011, Robert K. Yin, 2011 analytic strategy in qualitative research that covers the 5-phase cycle that produced the transcripts, codes, category, subcategories, and themes. Next, as shown. The 5 themes for the book's conflict resolution framework were developed from the study's thematic analysis and coding process. Then, these were subjected to the grounded theory approach. Next. Using Karl Marx and Hans-Gerd Gadamer's theories, he called it the hermeneutics, or the interpretation of texts and actual events. I discovered patterns and themes that helped me develop a theory grounded in data. These are shown on the slides as the study's output or main findings. And to a start, let us understand that objective conditions are grounds for change, while subjective forces are agents for change. Next. To give you a better perspective in analyzing this phenomenon and its patterns, the deeply ingrained objective conditions in Philippine society are represented by a Venn diagram through the existence of Mendoza's 2020 Inequality, Dynasties, and Oligarchy in Philippine Society. Mendoza, the former Dean of Ateneo School of Government, argued that decision makers must decide between equality and efficiency for growth and redistribution, for inequality's effect is long and winding as to long-planned growth. According to Kuznets' theory, market forces initially increase and subsequently decrease economic disparity as an economy grows. Mendoza further argued that we must reduce inequality rather than reduce poverty alone, or better, reduce both. However, in the book, Why Nations Fail, of Asimoglu and Robinson in 2022, they claimed that growing inequality might not be enough to force political changes when civil society is fragile. Such a country might have become more unequal with slow economic growth and no government reforms. They argued that this situation seems like the recent developments in Asia and possibly sub-Saharan Africa, including, of course, the Philippines. In this context, my book posed a very important question: who benefits from development? Another pattern is Professor Jose Maria Sison's enduring narrative of imperialism, bureaucratic capitalism, and feudalism in Philippine society. And this is being believed by a lot of students. And a lot of students have been reading this before. I don't know it is if you have been reading now. With his nom de guerre, Simon Ripley, another nom de guerre of Jose Maria Sison, he detailed that they were fighting for the revolutionary interests of the broad masses of the people. He stressed in his book, The Philippine Society and Revolution, which is the fundamental narrative of the CTG, or Communist Terrorist Group, in its analysis of the Philippine society, in its quest to change these alleged societal decays. He further claimed that they are defending their national and democratic interests. They are engaged in a national democratic revolution aiming to vindicate the people's democratic aspirations and put an end to their fight for national independence. Hence the cry, "People's war is the answer to poverty." Likewise, they are successful in their narrative of serving the people. That is why I pointed out a while ago, seemingly, communism has been a palatable ideology and it seems to be good. Well, it is a utopian ideology, and it is really good if it is implemented. But along the way, they became terrorists based on data. Next. The prevalence of apathy addressing the vast facets of the national security dimensions that cover political, economic, sociocultural, technological, environmental, and military is part of this pattern. Yeah. And in addressing the objective conditions, the CTG fall short of enabling the insurgency. Next. In addressing the objective conditions, their ultimate objective is to overthrow the Philippine government. And shown on data, my study found out that purging led to decline of the strength of the CTG. There are a lot of killing, especially in the 1980s. After that, next, different administrations lack of ideological commitment and political will. That is why this data shows the ups and downs of insurgency. Next. This is a very contentious issue that is written in my book, but I have proved a lot of data that peace talks prolong the problem. And next. The insurgency adversely affected the country's economic conditions. However, as a disclaimer, a worldwide political and economic crisis occurred during the period. Moreover, still the data tells us that as insurgency declined, GDP and GNP went up, as shown. Next. In addressing the objective conditions, the government's roadmap for development planning, the Ambition Natin 2040, has been made or charted. Next. However, the Philippine government's conflict resolution methodology has lacked unity and cohesion in addressing these objective conditions, shown by the challenges that the NTF-ELCAC has been confronting. Next. These patterns of phenomenon, the author arrived with this pattern. The author arrived at a framework shown on the slide. This framework says that the entire process is a concrete analysis of objective conditions. It is an analytical process over subjective forces and elements of our society, which should end up with a proper perspective on governments or governance and lead to proper perspective in using state power. Hence, the vanguards of counterinsurgency should be established as part of sustainable mechanism, the human-centered security and development approach. Next. In using systems thinking, it is a primacy of the whole, and the author used this to illustrate the book's next practical application to the Philippine insurgency as shown. And in closing, next. This is the metrics. Next. Denstag claimed that it is possible to draw a positive conclusion from pessimism. Similarly, Carl Jung posits that bringing opposite ideas together and finding the middle ground completion is better than perfection. The human centered security and development framework is the nexus, the sweet spot that harmonizes the opposite perspectives in furthering inclusive, sustainable, and people-centered security and development in the Philippine society. This is the unity of the opposites that policymakers like us often notice but frequently fail to heed. Lastly, it is a construct to maintain the gains of our counterinsurgency so that our country can face existential threats, especially on territorial defense. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you, Dr. Saison. We have Ms. Norane Magurangka, Ms. Seti Aisa Makadaag, and Ms. Kiara Villadiego. Ladies, please do the honors.
Good morning, everyone. Today, I am Siti Aisa P. Makadaag, together with Kiara Villadiego, and so did you know that non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs like ibuprofen or mefenamic acid can cause adverse drug effect? Thus, a lot of people experiencing adverse drug reaction. A lot of people experiencing adverse drug reaction, especially with our partner community. We made a difference by getting more information from them to create sustainable programs to help our community. With this, we would like to present to you our research, knowledge, attitude, and practices of the use of over-the-counter medicine of non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs in a specific community and Pasay City. Next, please. So, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, or NSAIDs, are widely used over-the-counter medications for the management of pain, inflammation, and fever. So, over-the-counter medicine is also known as OTC, or non-prescription medicine. All these terms refer to medicine that you can buy without a prescription. So, according to the study conducted by MASA in 2022, the reasons people take NSAIDs are because of frequent backaches, body aches, shoulder pain, toothache, leg pain, and headaches, wherein the highest percentage of reason why people take NSAIDs. Example of NSAIDs include aspirin, ibuprofen, naproxen sodium, and mefenamic acid, according to Gliclo and Gary Yates in 2023. So this drug misuse will most likely endanger to the health of the consumers, as it can cause different toxicities, such as renal toxicities and liver toxicities, according to Gerard et al. 2017. And some of the potential side effects, such as gastrointestinal bleeding and cardiovascular issues. So, according to the study in Glay and Weinstein in 2020 about the drug misuse, pain, especially backache, is the leading cause of misuse of painkillers. Misuse of NSAIDs is not common knowledge among people today. In addition, improper use of the drug may lead to overdose. This is dangerous not only because of the increase in the concentration of the drug in the body, but also because most NSAIDs overdoses produce minor symptoms, such as nausea and fever, or sometimes none, according to Hudson in 2019. So who among you here are taking ibuprofen, mefenamic acid, like that? Yeah. So most of us are already taking these medications, right? So, but without us knowing that this medication can really harm our intestine. Next, please. So the novelty of the study partnered with the community of Barangay 54 Pasay City. With the support of Unicor, we really decided to study to further enhance our knowledge towards to our partner community, to determine on the areas that we could include or activities that we could do, further strengthen our partnership to this community. So, and we want to mention and say thank you to the Unicor, headed by Dr. Evelyn Valencia, with the help of Sir Raydel. Next, please. So the purpose of the study is to assess the knowledge, attitudes, and practices regarding to OTC and SED use in a Pasay City community, and to examine how socio-demographic factors influence these behaviors, and to inform the development of educational programs to reduce the risk associated with NSAID misuse.
Next slide po. So for the methodology of our research, we utilize a descriptive research design to accurately capture the characteristic of our respondents, measure the trends, and compare the relevant variables. As stated by Lance and Ward 2002, descriptive research is directly applied to solving practical problems and is useful for addressing a specific design task. For our target respondents, Barangay 54, Pasay City, we choose Barangay 54 because it is the partner outreach of our university, and with the collaboration of Unicorp, headed by Dr. Evelyn Valencia with the help of Sir Raydel Norris. This selection enables us to help future researchers to develop sustainable health programs. As mentioned by Dr. Montemayor, we do research to improve, to make better programs for our community. For our sampling method, we use convenient sampling. Because of the limited time, we use convenient sampling. Our participants included individuals ages 18 years and above who had previously used over-the-counter non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. We excluded those who are not residents of the barangay and had no experience of using OTC NSAIDs. For our survey questionnaires, we adopted questionnaires modified from existing research and translated into Filipino so that mas maiintindihan po ng nating lahat kasi ito po yung ating mode of language. So, yung aming pong research question is divided into 4 sections. Number 1 is the demographic profile, which includes the respondents' age, occupation, and education level. And the second part naman po is the knowledge of it's measured the knowledge of the OTC NSAIDs of our respondents, wherein we assess their awareness and their understanding of OTC NSAIDs. For the second part naman po, for the third part is their attitudes towards OTC NSAIDs, where we evaluate their perceptions regarding the OTC NSAIDs. And for the fourth part is the practices, where we examine the actual usage and the habits of the medication. And for our data gathering po, we conducted it for 2 days in Barangay 54. And before they answer our questionnaire, respondents, we inform our responsive to the ethical guidelines and the data confidentiality policy. And for the analysis of the data, we first conducted normality tests to assess the distribution of the data because this is essential in determining the appropriate statistical test that we need to use to ensure that our data is reliable. After the normality test, we employed the man-Whitney test, t-test, Kruskal-Wallis test, and one-way ANOVA to identify the significant differences between the sub-variables. Because These tests will help determine if there is a difference between the demographic profile and with the knowledge, attitudes, and practices of the respondents. So for the results and discussions, our findings reveal that participants, next slide po. Okay, for the results and discussions, our findings reveal that participants scored 53.21%, and for the attitude, 64.91%, and practices, 69.55%. Regarding the use of OTC NSAIDs, this means that these scores falls below the minimum passing criteria of 75%. That indicates that our participants have low knowledge, negative attitudes, and poor practices concerning the use of OTC NSAIDs. So, next slide po. So, in conclusion, our findings highlight the need for interventions such as seminars or awareness program to promote better understanding and increased knowledge about the proper use of OTC NSAIDs, particularly for older adults who may require more guidance. For our recommendation, we recommend the future researchers to focus on Barangay 54 by implementing family intervention strategies to improve treatment adherence and foster supportive home environments that encourage healthier behaviors. They should also design a sustainable health education seminars on relevant topics to ensure ongoing community engagement and long-term benefits. Furthermore, establishing continuous partnership with local organizations that will help build trust, facilitate resource sharing, and enhance the effectiveness of health initiatives tailored to the community needs. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, ladies. Lastly, we have Ms. Sital Baa. Ms.
A very good morning to all. My name is Sital Ba. I'm from New Delhi, India. And I'll be talking on empowering women, the transformational impact of microfinance on economic development of India. Before I start, I would just like a few seconds to thank Professor Anulim, Professor Evelyn. She's our dean, without whom I couldn't have been, standing here. So thank you very much, the RDO team. And I am very excited to be a part of the 2024 Research Festival. So as you've heard the speakers before, this entire festival has been very mind-boggling. Like we started with the AI, we started with the ecosystem, and we had a short book launch. So now I intend to start on empowering women. So again, this is a very important research where we understand how women there is a very famous saying that if you train a man to fish, he would be able to feed himself. But if you train a woman to fish, she would be feeding her entire community. So this is not only applicable to India, but the entire community of Asia, sub-Saharan continents. So here, please can we go to the next slide? So the International Labour Organization defines microfinance as an economic development approach that involves providing financial services to low-income clients. As we all know, Burmans have begun. So all of us are preparing for the Christmas. So apart from doing the Merry Christmas shopping, we really intend to do collections, donations. We are a part of church. We can be a part of the community. So that is exactly the same line that my research is all about. That microfinance is again about community coming together where we are trying to empower the women. But when it comes to microfinance, the main people who are actually benefiting from this banking system are the voiceless, the marginalized communities. So mostly throughout the world, it is always the rural women. As we've heard the term called Grameen Bank, it became very popular because of Professor Muhammad Yunus from Bangladesh. In the year 2006, he was a Nobel laureate. So his story goes back as in the 1970s, Professor Yunus, from his own pocket, he started, donating money of only USD $27. So that is exactly the amount he started doing for the community, the rural community from the Chittagong place from Bangladesh. So from the 70s, it became a global phenomena, and that is how from the 80s, he built on Grameen Bank, and then you see 2006. So that's a brief background of how Grameen Bank became very popular, not only in Asia, but even in the first world, as even in parts of America, you see, apart from food stamp, you do have Grameen Bank as a part of microfinance. Next slide, please. Now, first developed, so this slide is about the history. So first developed by Jonathan Swift in 1700, Ireland, Irish loan fund system without collateral security. So before the World War I and II, we already see in Ireland, during the famine days, there were these communities for over 100 years. Microfinance was already there in the world. The history can also be traced back to the concept in Marshall Plan at the end of Second World War. And you have seen concepts of informal, collection of money as Paluwagan in Philippines, and in India we have SEVA. SEVA it stands for Self-Employed Women's Association. So again, women collectively come for very small-scale microfinance work. It could be pickle making, it could be even bangle making, and then you have different seasonal festivals. So they have incense making, different gods and goddesses, so from the potters, from the handmade things. So maybe it could be a weekly selling. So that's a form of microfinance being done in India, different forms of business, small-scale business in India. Next slide, please. Microfinance comprises several services, including, not limited to microcredit, micro-savings, micro-banks, micro-remittances, micro-guarantees, micro-transfers, and micro-insurance. So as we understand, it is not only about credit giving, but it also moves to different areas of loans, insurance, health, and even taking care of their children. Muhammad Yunus officially institutionalized the approach of microfinance in the year 1976. Next slide, please. And as per RBI, that's the National Bank of India, microfinance is provision of thrift, credit, and other financial services and products of very small amounts to the poor in rural, semi-urban, or urban areas for enabling them to raise their income level and improve living standards. Next slide, please. Now, as I have just, given this word called unbanked, so it mainly, refers to the very, very poor women who are actually marginalized, who are illiterate. So these are the key women who are not exactly catered by the conventional banks. Because if you understand, banking system is actually for the rich, the white collar, and mostly the men. Now, the intention of the microbanks is poverty reduction. And this paper is important because we see in the year 2005, the UN has also declared it to be the International Year of Microcredit. Microfinance has the capacity to increase self-employment and create micro-enterprises in developed countries. Putting resources into women's hands, that is the main essence of microcredit. To give, collaterals, to give money, because finances in most of the patriarchal communities like India, South America, even countries like Bolivia, we see most of the assets, it could be even livestock, are always handled by men in the rural regions of Africa or anywhere else in Asia. So what happens because of microfinance? The bargaining power of the women who are from the marginalized, who are illiterate, her bargaining power increases. So because of microcredit, even her decision-making improves. Next slide, please. Now, I'll just quickly, can you just move to the next third slide from here? So most of the review of literature, both from India, Asia, even the West, we see the enhancement of microfinance has led to the entire development of a region. So it is definitely the community which evolves with the development, with the empowerment of women. So with regard to poverty alleviation, microfinance creates employment, generates income, thus stimulating social well-being among poor segments of society and serving as an important tool for poverty reduction, both in developing and developed economies. That's why I gave you the example of US, who is the first world, and you see the many important, they have these Grameen banks flourishing in the US and also in Canada. Next slide, please. In accordance with the important Sustainable Development Goal of promoting gender equality and empowering women, women are the predominant target of microfinance. Overall, there are three possible reasons for this emphasis on attracting female borrowers. Firstly, with respect to the cost efficiency rationale, women's repayment rates are much higher than those of men. Empirical research has shown that women are more reliable and creditworthy than their male counterparts. So it is a very universal understanding that the default rate in conventional banks are faltered mostly by men. So that's why it's quite successful that microcredit given to women, we see that in spite of having no collaterals, nothing in liquid, nothing in cash stock, she is still able to hold and pay back the microcredit loans. Next slide, please. Next slide. Now, the novelty of this study, the novelty is that microfinance institutions lies in its fresh approach to understanding how small-scale financial interventions lead to long-term socio-economic changes, and very importantly, the inclusion of the component of culture. So if we understand patriarchy, patriarchy simply means the dominance of the male. So what happens in dominance? So the women are something like in India, she is the least and the last to eat. So what happens, even her own physiology, her own mentality, her own confidence is very, less compared to the male members of a family. So if she is even, when we talk about equity and equality, there are these barriers where women are denied opportunities like education. And so what happens when she's denied rights like education, her confidence level, her decision making, her own personality takes a backstage. She is always somebody who thinks like, all right, it's all right for the father, the brother, or the husband to make the call. So it's usually in patriarchal communities, you always see the male-headed societies making the shots. So here in this research often focuses on short-term outcomes like income generation or business growth. This study emphasizes the sustained economic empowerment of women over time, examining not just financial indicators, but also shifts in decision-making, social standing, and intergenerational wealth. Next slide, please. Now, the purpose, to study the changes in socioeconomic status of women beneficiaries as a result of MFI, that is microfinance activity, to analyze the strengths and impacts that empower the Indian woman through microfinance, to analyze the social, cultural, economic aspects that affect the women empowerment. Next slide, please. Now, as you can see, the logo, NABARD, it stands for National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development. Now here, I'm just walking you through how in India in the 1970s, it was a collaboration with various NGOs, self-help groups, and the National Bank, NABARD, which came together to nationalize this concept of microfinance throughout India. Indian microfinance is dominated by two operational approaches, SHGs, self-help groups, and microfinance institutions, in addition to few cooperative forms. The first approach, known as SHG, self-help groups linkage model, it is the dominant model initiated by the NABARD that is actually, again, centered around the rural bank through the SHG linkage program in the year 90s. Today, the SHG model also links the informal groups of women to the mainstream system, and it has the largest outreach to microfinancial clients in the world. Second approach, also called financing through MFIs, is the emerging model. This model emerged again in the late 1990s to harness social and commercial funds available to open lending to its clients. Next slide, please. Now, the Grameen Bank model, so this is very famous because of the Bangladeshi professor Yunus. Grameen Bank model is one of the oldest and most successful models of microfinance developed in Bangladesh. In this model, microfinance program participants are organized into groups of 5. So it's actually a group where, maybe a 5-woman group minimum that they can be given loan. But what happens in a Grameen Bank, when one member takes a loan, it is, again, a collaborative effort of the team that that single female is, again, pushed to pay back. So that's how, again, Grameen Bank is very successful in making sure that women are very punctual in paying back her loans. Next slide, please. So you can see it's a group-based lending. There is no collateral, very low interest compared to conventional banks. And the focus is on women empowerment, and it helps in the social business. Next slide, please. But the group is not required to give any guarantee for the loan repayment. So as you can see, because there are no collaterals involved, but there is the social capital. So there is a very push way where, because in a small village, in a province, everybody knows each other. So collectively, the team supports each other, and that's how women are paying back on time. Repayment responsibility solely rests on the individual. So there is no form of joint liability, but the culture makes it, work in togetherness. Loans are provided for 6 months to 1 year duration. So kindly note that, can we go to the next slide? Most of the Grameen Bank loans are even less than 27 USDs. The problems that we face in most of the microfinance areas are feminization of poverty, gender issues, violence against women, and domestic discord. Feminization of poverty is that because most of these women are marginalized, and women, again, are at the bottom of the ladder. So you can see, most of the public institutions like schools, colleges, religious heads are always headed by the men. And what is left is actually, dealt by women. So that's how we see not only in the middle class or the upper class, but also in the marginalized sector, that we see the issues of violence, because once the money is given to the woman, we see patriarchy is challenged. So once patriarchy is challenged, there is domestic discord. Next slide, please. So this is just the starter, the numbers of why, I've picked up the sample area as India. It is the populous country, and we see, as per 2011, 21.2% are still living in BPL, below poverty level, which again, by numbers, everyday cost is below $2 USD. So that is what BPL or very poor categories are. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. The methodology is mixed. This paper is, again, a combination of quantitative and qualitative. Next slide, please. Now coming to the meat of the matter, as Professor Anulim says, the crux here is women have surely been empowered. The culture component is very important. And Grameen Bank in India, the NABARD, SEVA have essentially been very, very effective and collaborative, because it is empowering women not only through money, but also through a confidence. She is able to teach, train her fellow, village folkswomen. So something like if she is selling vegetables, fruits, so she is empowering not only her own family unit, but entire village, because she is, again, a very important productive member of the family, where she is allowing and training her entire generations how to become economically independent. Next slide, please. Can we just quickly go to the conclusion? Next, please. Next. Yeah. So the conclusion is both in Asia as well as in the West, we see most of the writers as these are mostly Bangladeshis. Naila Kabir, a very strong feminist who, again, I would, again, borrow from Professor Satwinder Rahel, where he, again, speaks about Judith Butler. Naila Kabir, again, she talks about performance, gender performativity. I would just like to conclude this presentation that gender performativity does exist, because women, again, when we've heard about the flowers, again, being linked with the feminine. So that, again, applies that women are, again, seen very feminine, but again, she is a very productive, reproductive member, that she is not only a nurturer, a carer,
but she knows how to, if the opportunities are provided in equality, that she would be able to provide for her community, and then, this would be definitely a better place to live. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Ba. Thank you very much for your presentation and for sharing the myths of your research undertakings. The floor is now open for an open dialogue with a panel of moderators. Dr. Adamson, Dr. Padua, Mr. Santos, please take it away. And please moderate the question from the audience. We will have until 12 noon for the open forum.
Hello. Still morning. Okay. I thought I'm going to dance. There's a. Okay. So, are you still awake? Okay, that's very good because my question will take another hour. Okay, joke, of course. Okay, first of all, I would like to congratulate everybody and let me give my insights. Okay lang. Okay, and I could see commonalities, although you have different topics, but I could see commonalities from all the papers that you have presented, like Dr. Rocky Lou Anicheta's paper on the cogen, and then which is also very much, I think, with the microfinance and also the flower thing with the peace process and. Okay, what's really very important, as what our speaker had mentioned a while ago, is that all of this will boil down into something that will be of use to humanity, something that is sustainable for especially our SDGs now. And I just wish that that the Quadcom, the House of the Senate, the Congressman will be also be doing research, and they would be hearing all your fantastic presentations, because all of these things are really saying about all about values, gender sensitivity, about political tolerance, and what's something that is about. I would like to later on. I'd like to have a longer talk with you about the peace process. I'm very interested with that one, and also something that is rights-based education, which also incidentally would also be having also on the educating our community. No? It's just education is really very, very important. So it all boils down really to values, which is values education, which again, I really wish that all the leaders of the country would really imbibe the values that you are all espousing from the findings, from the many findings. I'll reserve my questions later.
Isang magandang tanghali po. I have a question for my fellow faculty member at SAS, Dr. Rehal. Actually, some portion of it I already asked yesterday during our conversation, but I will ask again for the benefit of our whole audience. So those of us who knows the works of Dr. Rehal are aware that majority of his works are focused on sociology of sports, and definitely this particular presentation on socio-nomatics is another contribution to the field. So this is my question. As a leading proponent of the sociology of sports, I am just curious, what are the current trends in the field of sports sociology in the Philippines? Or if there is scarcity of production in this field in the Philippines, my alternative question is, what are the trends of sports sociology in the global level, since it can be instructive for those local scholars who is also doing it?
Actually, that's a great question. Yes, on a personal level, I'm a member, or have been a member of the Philippine Sociological Society. It's been almost 10 years. And they have never touched on sports as an area or field of study. That means that it is a very isolated discipline. My little research I've seen is UST has it, but as sports science LaSalle has it, but also just as general sociology. So as a field of study, it has not taken effect. However, at the international or global level, there is an association called the International Sociology of Sports Association, which I am also a member. And one of my photos I showed you with Professor Lawrence Werner was an event held in Taiwan where they hold the ISA conference every 2 years. ISA is an affiliate of the International Sociology Association. So at the international level, sociology of sport has been a field of study for a while. Currently, right now, they have NASS going on in North America, which is the North American Sociology of Sport Association. In Asia, only Korea has been quite frontal. In fact, the next Sociology Association will be held in Korea next year. So you can see in the Philippines that we have had a sports culture, but we have never thought of studying it as a field of study. And that's why when I came to the Philippines, I found an area that needs filling. And through my works, I'm trying to create that as an agenda. Hopefully, with Marielle being here, who is has a very strong football background and has instituted sports programs here, and our own department, I'm trying to push for an agenda on sports communication for a start. Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning to everyone. I have a simple question since most of us here are graduate students, or most of the attendees are graduate students or undergraduate students. And we've seen diverse presentations a while ago with the faculty member, postgraduate students, PhD students, undergraduate students. Very simple. What were the challenges that you've encountered while doing the research, and how did you overcome them so that these attendees will be inspired for them to pursue research and finish their research? Thank you. Anyone can answer.
Me first, because teachers in the Philippines are really busy. So obviously, my answer sounds like that. Time management and mind management as well. But if you are really passionate in doing research in this kind of endeavor, you'll find time. You'll prioritize what is urgent, what is important, okay? So just like me, I'm adapting Eisenhower matrix. Are you guys familiar with that? So with Eisenhower matrix, you are listing down what are the tasks that are both urgent and important, urgent, not important, not important, not urgent, important, not urgent. Okay? And then, because of that matrix, I'm finding time to do my research in spite of many, many tasks as a teacher. Thank you so much.
In my case, I would suggest elimination diet. So take a detox of your social media, no Netflix. So if you have to write a paper, I mean, trust me, this is a very honest confession. So you just do social media detox, no Netflix. You get 6 hours for sure. So whatever, calling you have, you'll be able to pick up time. Thank you.
No, I think on my part, I think it's just passion. You can't really force somebody to do research unless you have the passion for it. So for me, my passion is being a former athlete. And I bring that passion from the field now to the desk, But on my part, I do a lot of digital research. So a lot of content, as we see in the information age, there's a lot of data right there on your phone, on your laptops. All you need to know is know your theory and then interpret the results. So simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you. And how about the undergraduate student? Did you do research just because it's a requirement, or you really want to do research to at least change the community? You've mentioned a while ago, Unicore partnership with our community.
what were the challenges that you've encountered, and how can you inspire these students who are currently taking, especially undergraduate students? You will not be graded, by the way.
Ano po, ang suggestions ko po sa mga undergrad, una po, isipin nyo po muna yung interest nyo po sa pag-conduct ng study. Tapos, yung passion, like Sir Rehal mentioned, tsaka yung determination nyo to finish that research din as well. At tsaka isipin nyo rin if yung ginagawa nyo po ba is nakakatulong po ba siya, like for example, sa amin, sa community, like nakakatulong din naman po yung research namin. Ayun. At saka sa undergrad, yung pagkakaisa po is important sa groupings po. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think you saved the best for last. Research is a journey. Trust me, it is a journey. And you must have your cell phone and a notebook anywhere you go, even when you go to the bathroom. Because there are ideas that comes into your mind that you should jot down because it is indeed a journey. Sometimes you are sleeping and your idea wakes you up. Sit down and jot it down because if you fail to jot it down, it will vanish. So if you want to become a better researcher, make research as a journey. And second, parang, anong tawag yan? Yung parang TTPs, sa amin sa military TTPs, we call it TTPs, tactics, techniques, and procedures. You focus on the problem. If you fail to identify your problem, if you fail to embrace the problem, you will never come up to a very good solution or a recommendation. So the problem is the key.
Thank you, our plenary speaker, for their intellectual generosity, and to our moderators for opening spaces for their discussions in today's festival. May I ask the plenary speaker for a group photo opportunity. I will call the Research Director and School of Arts and Sciences Dean, Dr. Leo Munalim, for some announcement.
Thank you. Thank you so much, our plenary speakers. We've had a very engaging and fruitful activity this morning. I will still allow our plenary speakers here to take some photo. Feel free. Sir Bob, come on. All right, so while waiting, yes, we're done? Okay, thank you. Yes, so next slide, please. All right, by the power vested in me as the Director for Research and Development Office, I am pleased to announce that our next Research Festival will be next year, September 25, 2025. Next slide, because this is going to be in cooperation with, next slide, cooperation with the School of Education and School of Arts and Sciences. The first modern short story written in English by a Filipino was actually written by the founder and the first president of the Philippine Women's University. We will be celebrating this 100-year anniversary of Dead Stars. I'm sure that's a canon in literature. So that's going to be in collaboration with the School of Education and School of Arts and Sciences, where the schools that I'm part of, and Dr. Padua is also part of the School of Education as the Dean of School of Education. So that's going to be my first announcement. Second announcement, can you go back? We have an ongoing exhibit based on artistic research. You can visit our Helena Hall there. You can roam around and see the beauty and interact with the artifacts. Okay, next one. For our session this afternoon, this one will be parallel session number 1. You'll be using the same lead wall. And then session number 2 would be the FTB Hall. NBB Hall will be right there. And then the parallel session number 4 would be at the Hotel HM room. You will be guided by these moderators. Next slide. So parallel session 1, we have, may invite the parallel sessions moderator, please come up on stage to be recognized. Parallel session number 1, Associate Professor Gutierrez. Yeah, please, for a photo op. And then we have Student Assistant Jamida Makakasa. If you're here, please join on stage so that you'll be recognized by the presenters under parallel session number 1. Parallel session number 2 may invite Dr. Laila Padulina from the School of Education. If you're here, you can join so that you'll be recognized by our presenters. We have Dr. Sikat. If you're here, you're still here, please join us on stage. And then we have parallel session number 3, Mr. Arnel Villanueva. If you're here, sir. And then we have student assistant, we have Hans Ziran. If you're here, you can join on stage. Parallel session number 4, Dr. Aliswag. I think Dr. Aliswag is quite busy upstairs. And then we have student assistant, Miss Ayuda Agustina. If you're here, so that you will be recognized by our presenters. Okay, can we have a photo up with the 2? 2 lang, yes. But anyway, we have parallel session number 1, parallel session number 2, 3, and 4. So we still have 1 with us. May invite the photographers to please take a photo of them. Thank you. So you'll be under session number 4. Okay, so may I invite everyone to please rise, and then I will invite the Sir Bob to please stay here so that we'll have a group photo opportunity downstairs. Okay, thank you, and I'll see you back here at 3:45 for the workshop on music. Then go to the clustered presentation, and we have our closing ceremonies. Closing ceremonies, we'll have a research quiz, very exciting quiz. Winners will be announced, and you will receive awards and tokens at 5 o'clock. Okay, come on, let's please rise for the group photo opportunities. Thank you, please move closer at the center, please. Come on, thank you, before we take our lunch. Please move closer, compress. I hope Dr. Young is still here. Mr. MC, please join. Pastor, we're all hungry for this intellectual discussion.